Oh, good morning, guys. Morning, Rich. First in the chat there, nice and keen and eager this morning. How you doing? Right. So today, today is absolutely bloody freezing. It's snowing outside. Hasn't settled yet, but it is definitely freezing. So I'm cranking the heating up in here and trying to keep warm while I sculpt. Right then, so. Rich, I'm still not entirely happy with your sculpt here. I don't know, I'm kind of feeling a bit of like Alan Rickman or something out of it. So I feel like I need to come back to you and like do a little bit of adjustment with some fresh eyes today, like we did with Kev yesterday. Speak of the devil. Morning, Kev. How are you doing, chap? Right, let me, I'm not going to get onto you just yet, mate. Well, Kev, did you see your revised sculpt yesterday? You don't look like a crazy Will Ferrell anymore. Excuse me while I just gulp down some hot tea. Okay, so we can change Ross Fohammer to Mike Nose. I've got two pictures of Nerd Harley, but I need to ideally get a bit more reference image before I start that sculpt. Got Hugh Foster and Mike to do, so this one's Ross Fohammer. Yeah, no worries, mate, no worries. You dip in and out as you need to, matey. Right then, Mike, let's have a go. How are we doing this morning anyway, Kev? Are you keeping well, matey? I keep starting with the same bloody head, and it's like, it's really not the ideal head to be using at all. It's alright, give me a second, guys. Actually, I just need to so there's a few groups I meant to post into to just say I was live. So let me just grab my link and whatnot. Day off, matey. Well done. The kid's not in school then, mate? Stig of the dump, mate. There's a blast from the past. Ah, right, got you, matey. So at least it's not still being sick and whatever then. Because that's just never fun, is it, having to look after a poorly kid? Yeah, we're the same, mate. It's coming down heavy, like blizzard style, but it is like it's just not settling. So there's nothing on the ground. Lots in the air, but nothing on the ground. I think where else do I need to post this? Is there anywhere else I need to post this? No, I think that's it. Oh, do you know what I just thought? I've got a quick win here with the sculpts, because what I need to do is change tools, load from projects. Morning, Bunker. How you doing, matey? You got snow today, or just saying, we've got lots of snow in the air here, but nothing on the ground yet. So just waiting for that one to slam dunk me. I was going to put some prints on last night, and I came down to the office, and it was absolutely Baltic. It was freezing down here, and I was like, yeah, I'm not even going to try and heat the office to compensate for this cold. So I've just left it. Consequently, though, it means I've come into a cold office this morning, so we've just got up to 16 degrees in here, and the heat has been on since 6 o'clock this morning, I think. So it's taken a while to warm up. Right, have we got Josh on? Come on. Come on, why do I get the feeling I'm in for a crash here? Mate, I've only just opened the file, I haven't done anything yet. So there's nothing to save. I'll have to kill it. What is it playing? I can't even... It just seems to have completely hung. Oh, do you know what? Duh. That's why. Pickle Josh, not Josh. That's why I couldn't find it. It's me being dumb now. I opened it wrong. So yeah, if you saw the other day, I did these ones for Josh. So we've got his cat Loki. He's a bit of a little furry boy. Or girl, I'm not sure actually. Now that I say it. And then we've got the actual model of Josh. Well, for anyone that missed it before, these were the these were the sculpts we did. So these are going out to Josh's patrons at the moment. So if you want to get hold of these, the only way you're getting them is through the pickle jar. So go and check out Pickle Jar Patreon and ask Josh for the cool STL files. Them two and the cat. So I am stealing the where was it? Yeah, right, so I'm stealing the head. We're going to bundle it with the other ones from here. So where are we at? Too many files here. This is horrendous. I need to do some serious culling on this. So we've got Josh, we've got Ross, we've got Rich, we've got what's gonna be Mike. I've got one place marker here for Nerd Harler. I need another one for Hugh, which is here. And I need another one for Red Straw Baby, so let me just duplicate. So let's do let's do Red Straw Baby first, actually. So with her, we're going to do the Corporal Blueberry model that I did before, the female dwarf. We're going to do her, but it's going to be Red Straw Baby. So we're going to use her avatar that you see on screen. You know, with like the half strawberry ears. Okay. There's not a lot to go on with the thing. Is this one may end up looking a little bit more stylized than the others. So here's the odd one now, where I'm going to turn a male head into a female. Now here's an interesting one, because it doesn't actually draw a nose on ours. So there's a bit of guesswork going on. But also I need to make a dwarven, so I do, but by the time I've customised it anyway, I might as well just use this one. Because weirdly, it doesn't take an awful lot to go from a female to a male head, well, male to female rather. What you need to do is just soften all the lines. So, we'll soften the jawline here, we'll soften the chin. I'm going to soften the brow line. I'm going to make the eyes larger. Hey Big Jack, how you doing? I'm sculpting red Straw Baby at the moment. So she's a Twitch artist. She's done some of the illustrations I've worked from so far with Mike Moans. So all the ones I've done for Mike, they've been Red Straw Baby's concept work. Her own illustrations. So yeah, basically just going through making a load of people who are viewers on my channel or customers who've requested it, or so yeah, so basically just going through making all these minis now. They're going to be City Watch models. So we've got Red Straw Baby coming up now, we've got Mike Moans to follow, and then we've got Nerd Harla. Hopefully I can get an extra couple of pics. and I've just had the thumbs up from AJ at my one of my new partners at well, she doesn't use, she uses an actual image, like a little, what do you call it, like a little avatar on screen, so you never actually see her on the streams. So she could be twitching, but yeah, she draws on Twitch. She does a lot of cool sci-fi stuff and very kind of like cartoony style, but you know, quite a cutesy style, but really nice. So normally, if I've finished a stream and I've got time, I tend to raid. We tend to raid into either Mike or we go into Red Straw Baby then. They tend to be on and streaming about the time when I wrap up. Although, to be fair, Mike very often that continues a little bit, well, till about 4ish. So if I knock off too close to 4 o'clock, he's kind of dumping everybody off again somewhere else. Usually onto Red Straw Baby she's going as well. So we're gonna right, just sort this out. Just give her a bit of a profile to her eye sockets and stuff. Eyebrows, face is going to be a little bit rounder and smoother. So yeah, AJ Winter's Tales, she's just giving me the thumbs up that she's happy to also be part of this. Big Jack, what are you after? Ooh, well, that's 2 figures. So that's what's that? 900. Sculpt me like one of you French dwarfs. Pretty much, mate. Pretty much. Right, eyes look crazy, don't they? So let's sort the eyes out. Let's just. Well, I've done a few NSFW sculpts before. Right, let's just try and get right. Oh, we got a raid in. Who's raiding? Oh, it's Jack. I've only just got the notification, Jack. Steve, thanks for the like, mate. Simon, thank you for the follow. Yeah, DM me afterwards, Jack. That's it. Again, this one's a weird one. All of the other ones I've done here, we've been doing always a pleasure to muck about. This one I've only got an avatar to work from, so Chicken Queen, how you doing this morning? The wrinkles are privates. That's a. Oh, thank you, Jack. Thank you. I'll just show you the other ones we got on the thing so far. So just to give you a run through on what we're doing. So this lovely handsome chap here in the middle of the screen. This is Mr. Bunker. He's going to be one of our what do you call it? One of our dudes, one of our city guard. But we're going to make him as a gnome police officer with a vicious attack rabbit, which is this little fella you see here. Then we've got Elston from Elston Nation. Elston is going to be a half elf. Then we've got Mr. White Rose Dragon from White Rose Dragon on Twitch. He's going to be a human sergeant. Then we've got Kev at the Hobby Corner, who's in the chat now. We got him just up here. Yesterday he looked like a crazy Will Ferrell, so we've addressed that a little bit now, and he's looking a bit more like Kev. Then we've got myself. This is me here. Looking a bit more angry than I normally do, but you know, it's a miniature, so this is an abomination at the moment. It's not anybody. It will be Mike Moans, but I haven't actually got around to finishing it yet. And then we've got Rich Smith, who was in the chat this morning. He's one of the regulars who joins the show. Then we've got Ross from Faux Hammer. So if you follow Faux Hammer on YouTube or on yeah, well, I've done it, mate. There you go. That was me sculpting me. So then we've got Ross at Faux Hammer, and then we've got Josh at the Pickle Jar. Then we've also got who else is on the cards now? So AJ at Winter's Tales has signed up for it, so he's going to go for it as well. Nerd Harla, who is another Twitch streamer, she's going to be featuring later on. Fabio in the top left. Fabio at the top left is Josh in the Pickle Jar. So a month or so ago, I did a couple of sculpts for him for his channel. So we did these two. These were his self-portraits. Solihull, mate. I live in Solihull by the NEC, Birmingham, in the UK. Don't know why I said UK last. That's kind of take it as a given. You forget everybody comes from everywhere on Twitch, on streams generally. So yeah, so there we go. There's Josh at the Pickle Jar, and he's Cat Loki. So those models were for his patrons from last month, I think. So I've lost the heads I was working on now. Let me get back to it and let's see what you're talking about. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, I kind of see what you mean. I don't think he had a beard, did he? Oh, he did actually, didn't he? When he was towards the end of it. What's going on here? I've got a duplicate head wafting around somewhere. Whose head's that? Do not know what's going on. So yeah, so we've got a nice little crowd here. So sculpting wise for me, I'm 39 now. I had my first miniatures when I was 5 years old, so 34 years ago. Probably around... oh god. I want to say it was... I would have been about 17 when I first started sculpting models, 16, 17. So... I started sculpting bits of models first back then, using green stuff to convert minis. Kind of early 20s, about 25 years ago, I think I started doing commission work. So, no, that's wrong, isn't it? About 18 years ago or so, I ended up doing doing sculpted commissions. And then about 2010 I switched over onto ZBrush and started sculpting digitally. And funnily enough, the only reason I actually moved to ZBrush in the first place was because every time I had to do physical sculpting, I'd be sitting down, I'd have a toolbox that I'd have to pull out, pop it on the dining table, and the missus used to give me like daggers all the time. Because I used to just make a mess. And it wasn't something you can't just tidy it away when you've got models that are made out of green stuff that have got to dry and cure, because obviously you try and pack them away, you're going to squash them and ruin them. So yeah, I moved on to doing digital stuff, and I taught myself digital sculpting. And one of the reasons I use ZBrush actually is because the sculpting techniques you can apply, actually what I do in ZBrush, and you'll see the way I sculpt is very much similar to how I would do it in green stuff as well. I just get a few extra cheats now with like things like symmetry and things, so, and being able to copy and paste things, which is just a boon really. But so yeah, so it's been well, I suppose it's more than a hobby for me. It's been what do you call it? It's been like a lifetime of doing it really. So yeah, it's just it's cool to have been able to kind of turn it into a full-time job, really. But what, ZBrush? Everyone says ZBrush, but they're all American, aren't they? I can't bring myself to use the letter Z. So yeah, it's just ZBrush for me. Yeah, it's one of the weird things when you're coming into like a very American kind of dominated kind of arena, I suppose, with like the digital sculpting. So one of the things about being in the UK is I'm about 45 minutes away from Nottingham, which is the lead belt where all of like the wargaming miniatures and stuff kind of started with Games Workshop back in the 70s, 80s. Let me just pull up one of the ones I'm working on at the moment. Now I don't use Damn Standard, I use the Orb Cracks brush I do now. So, there you go. I haven't used Damn Standard since I bought Orbs Cracks, actually. So this is going to be a dwarf character, this one is. So let me just pull up one of the models I'm working on at the moment. I'll just save this and I'll revert to the other file. I'll load it in because I think you guys might like this one. It's 99% complete, and it's going to be going on to a Kickstarter in about a week. So I just need to make it happen now. No, because I've just saved it. And this one I'm about to show you, by the way, it's not typical of what I normally do. Happy birthday. Have I been on here that long? Here we go. So you go. So this lovely lady is going to be gracing table soon. So let me just zoom in a bit better. There we go. So you'll be getting the miniature. Obviously, it'll be just uncoloured. We're not doing her as a coloured miniature. This is just for promo purposes and for presentation. So you'll have the female tiefling's warlock pouring herself a cup of tea because she's a tea fling. Sorry about the pun. We've got the spell book, which is magically flicking through. Chaise lounge with a couple of cushions on there to kind of prop her up and whatnot. We got a little skeletal rat scavenging. Well, I think the idea was he was scavenging for food off the table, but being a rat, I don't think he's really going to be eating anything in the way of food. And then we have a little detailed table with. She's got a spell book with a couple of potion bottles, a little D20 sat on there. Then we've got the little voodoo doll, Sackman kind of thing with a dagger in it. A little bunch of heather because warlock / witch. Apples because are you even a witch if you don't have apples? And then a little crystal ball, some actual crystals, and the scroll with the. Let me show you better. Zoom in. The scroll with the pen, quill. That was the word I was looking for. And then the human skull with the candles sat in it. So this is all the detail on here at the moment. I'm tempted. It's going to delay the release of it a little bit, but I'm tempted to be putting a. Have you poisoned your apples, Arafu? That's the point. That's the question. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you know the rat? Let me just grab my camera a second. The rat is definitely printable because I've printed that same. This is going to be a 75mm piece. I've actually done a 32mm scale miniature with these rats in there. So if I can switch my camera views without destroying my desk, and I'll be able to show you. So where are we at now? Is it cam only? Nope, secondary camera. Right, there we go. So 32mm scale miniatures here. We've got little rat swarms, skeletal rat swarms. So these are printed on the AJ Nevins. How you doing? There we go. So we've got the Necromancer Tanis, or if you've played Descent into Avernus, you'll encounter this lady under the name Flennis or Flennis. So I've called her Tanis for my release. She comes with the skeletal rat swarms, and they are, let's say, 3D printed, 32mm scale. I can't even focus on the bloody things, but yep, they're there. Focus, damn you. Do you know what, actually, let me just try something a second. So I have to use the Logi app and then come on. Oh, it's just not having it, is it? It's not even going to let me do it. Oh, you turd of an app. So, a bit of light might help to focus it. Let me just check and see. That's a little bit better. A bit better with some light. So yeah, so oh, I had it then. Come on, focus. I'm just trying to show you the actual detail on the skeletal rats because they are actual. Just do it, focus, please. So they are actual miniature. Aha, there we go. There you go. So absolutely teeny tiny. I've got a broken head on it, but I left it be because it's a skeleton, an undead skeletal rat. But that's how these little dudes come out. So yeah, so basically the larger scale one that we've got will absolutely definitely work. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a. No, that was just 4K resin. That was, mate. That was Frozen Sonic Mini 4K using the Frozen Aqua 4K resin, which is not like the standard one I use. So yeah, it's really good for any of those kind of like small details, especially anything you need with a little bit of flex in it. Let's get my mug off screen now. Let's get you back onto sculpting mode. Okay, so yeah, so this is the Tiefling Warlock. She's going to be coming up to Kickstarter in let's say about a week or so's time. So once I've got her finished, we're talking about possibly adding a little imp to the scene. So I did. Is it in here somewhere? Did I leave it in or did I remove it? No, I did make a little imp at one point. But yeah, possibly putting an imp there, carrying a pile of books to her with the big carnivorous plant on the table, like leaning over, trying to like, you know, drooling with its teeth bared. So it'll add a little bit of extra time if I do that. So I may put that one in as a little bit of a stretch goal for later on as a bit of an addition to the scene. The other thing I've toyed with adding was a little Tressim, like a little winged cat, just sat on the edge of the chaise lounge here in stalking position, looking like it's about to dive down and nab this rat. A little bit of a Tom and Jerry type. Fitness and health nut. What you mean in terms of apples? You just poison one half of the apple and just eat the good half, wouldn't you? You just have to do Snow White on it and make sure you use an apple with 2 different colours and only poison the one half. So right, let's get back to the job in hand, which is City Guard, obviously. Well, guys, just as a heads up as well, if you're liking anything you see here, if you go onto my web store, which Bunker, can you fling up the discount code for us as well, mate? Web store is thelionstower.com. So on thelionstower.com, we sell all of the. Thank you very much, sir. We sell all of the STL files, and we'll also do the models in resin for you, so we can. The pillar under the table. I thought I was going to really struggle with it. I'll show you very quickly, because it was something I had to ponder a while over. But basically, if I just go to a cube, is it the twisty bit you want to see, or the like the lathed bit? So take a cube, stretch the cube up. Let's get the thingy mode on, so you can see the poly groups. We go to Z modeler mode, and I want to on the edges, I want to crease edge loop partial. The link doesn't work. Okay, so you see the code that's in the chat there. So you copy that code and just go to https thelionstower.com. I said the link should work all right. Give it try typing it in manually, and you'll find your way to the web store. Again, let me just pop it up and I'll show you. So here we go. I've got to update this actually. This is the February's freebie. So any orders over 40 quid get a free mini chucked in. It's not Pinky this time round. It is actually Boona. So let me just pull him up and I'll show you. This lovely little dude. So if you spend £40 in resin, you'll get him as a resin miniature. If you spend £40 on STL files, you'll get him as an STL, including him in your order. So I just need to update that on the home page just to reflect what's actually going on at the moment. Yeah, I'm just slacking a bit with my admin at the moment. But yeah, so huge selection of stuff on there anyway. Pretty much everything I've done. So I've been sculpting miniatures digitally with monthly releases since August 2019. So there's a lot of stuff in the store. So have a little browse, fill your boots, and see what you like. But yeah, so back to this. Each of the corners, edge loop partial. Okay. And then with this one done, go to the scale mode, click on the little cog at the corner. We're going to go to twist, and then grab the top and twist it once. Then go back to draw mode. Back to gizmo mode. And then we're going to go back into Then we're going to go back into twist mode again. We're going to give it another twist, and then it makes this kind of weird pattern. And then from there, because I've creased the edges on the outside, I'm just going to go to divide a few times, and then when I take the line grid off, you'll see it's got let's divide it one more time, delete the lower, and then do a Dynamesh with a polish on it. And then just to make it a little bit more manageable for the printers, what I then did was just run the smoothing across the sharp edge just to take the razor edge off it. Probably took a bit too much off there. Oh no, sorry, yeah, don't want to do it with the dynamic tessellation on because that'll just mangle it. So turn dynamic tessellation off, run the smoothing down, and it will keep the edges nice and smooth. Make it look more like something that's been carved rather than something that's been generated on a computer. Yeah, mate, I tried loads of different ways before I kind of figured out this one. Twist pissed me off when I first did it because it didn't. It only went so far, and then when I realised I could just come off it and then go back on it again, it was it just magically happened. And then I just added the cylinders to the top and used the radial symmetry and just lathed it, basically, just lathed the shape. No, not trim dynamic, just smoothing, but I used the dynamic topology, you know, the sculptress mode. I use that a lot to kind of cheat the geometry, so I don't have to keep like re-dynameshing, because basically I sculpt everything. So I'm self-taught with everything, and I'm self-taught using the technique that I developed when I was sculpting actual miniatures and green stuff. So I've moved that sculpting technique I used to use onto like digital sculpting. A twisted rope. Yeah, I don't. Do you know what I do when I do it? Shall I show you how I sculpt a rope? This is really pedestrian now, but this is this is how I would do it, right? So if this is my rope, what I will do is, in this particular case, I'm just going to go for a bit of activated symmetry, radial symmetry. Yeah, it's definitely not the rope brush, mate. Every single time you see rope on my models, this is how it's done. Basically the hard way. Oh, what's that? Put me thing back on. Oh yeah, I know it's the ring shape, but the same principle applies. I'm just trying to shortcut it a little bit, but I would literally do this like a knot at a time. So in a cylinder, let's go again. Let's make a cylinder shape. It doesn't really make a difference whether it's a cylinder or it's like a curve or whatever else. But do you know what? Let's use a curve, and I'll show you on a curve. There we go. So what I would do is I'll dynamesh this. Do you know, I don't get on with curves, mate. It's one of the funny things with me. I don't like the shortcut things. That I tend to find that I spend a lot of time faffing around with them, trying to make them work. But I would literally do this because, again, and one of the other things, again, because I'm sculpting miniatures, I know what's going to print at 28mm and 32mm, and the oh, you want to see the bell I was sculpting yesterday? That was if you get a chance, watch yesterday's stream back. Was it yesterday's or the day before? Watch Monday's stream back, and watch me make the bell, because that just you know, when you kind of realise what you're doing, you go, oh, jeez, that's it literally like something come out of an Ansummer's shop. And every time I tried to change it, I just made it worse. So it was amusing. It did amuse me. But yeah, this is me painfully sculpting rope. And then what I would do is I would let's delete hidden because I don't need the hidden bit. I'll put a polish on there and dynamesh it. Polish it, dynamesh. There you go. Put a polish on and dynamesh it, and then do a little bit of an inflate just to bump up the details. Although usually carve that in a bit more with the orb cracked brush before I do the inflate, and that give it somewhere to go into. Usually I would be, oh yeah, donut mail, yeah. So it's more about, let's say, it's less about, yeah, and it's do what works for you, really, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's there's lots of ways of doing things. There's, you know, there's one of the things I always find is, like, I know a lot of different ways of doing stuff, and you probably won't even see me do the same thing twice. So there you go, bell. So yeah, you'll probably see me do the same thing in different ways. No, do you know what I'm going to show you? I'm going to show you now because it is frankly bloody painful. But I'm going to share my pain. So the chainmail for me is right. So I'd start with the form of the chainmail. Wait for the program to respond, so it doesn't crash out on me. I've bumped up the Dynamesh resolution too high on this one. See, one of the problems I found when you're sculpting chainmail, you need it to look like chainmail, but you need it to look like chainmail on the miniature. Yeah, doesn't ZBrush just drive you absolutely insane at times? And what's it doing now? Come on, you turd. Right, let me just save it. I'm going to have to close it down and reload it. The problem is, right, so when you're talking about 3D printable things, you've got a minimum thickness that is tangible. So once you get to... do you know what it is? It's because I've made this square that's like 7 million polys, or 6 million polys. And it shouldn't be. That might be better. Yeah, there we go. It's better. I've threatened it now. I don't even have to do it. So yeah, I mean, I do it a lot, to be honest. My stuff ends up quite high poly count generally. So let's say this is just like a chainmail cloth, yeah, chainmail like skirt or whatever. So what I would do is I'll use just the clay build-up brush, and then we'll do. So we call it donut mail because actually, when you sculpt it, it looks like a coat of donuts. But actually prints really well and paints really well, importantly. So say you've got me coming here from the background of a miniature painter. So mate, I don't have time. This is the problem. Everything becomes time consuming. It's killer. But I want it to work. I want it to look right. Do you know what I mean? This is professional pride on the line here. So I don't want. So you see a lot of models come around, and they look really nice in the renders. But then if you ever try to print them, you're going to really struggle. And then if you manage to get the detail into the print, you're barely going to be able to paint it because it's too superficial, or it's made with like you know, little wiry meshes and stuff, and you're not going to be able to get behind. If you use a chainmail brush, for example, you tend to have like floating rings. So again, I would come back in, then I'll do like the second row. Always start at the bottom if you're doing this, and be consistent with the overlaps. And the problem I always found was, like, I've tried chainmail meshes, I've tried noise, I've tried insert brushes, and nothing works for everything. So there's certain things that are, like, when you look at a model, you tend to find a lot of people, they'll put chainmail in just, you know, on like a loincloth or something like that. There'll be a small area that's fairly straightforward, or it's a cylinder, it'll wrap easily in the thing. But when you start doing more complex shapes, it just doesn't really work. And this was like the battle I faced, like literally just trying to make this happen all the time. So let me just show you the solution I used previously, which I wasn't entirely happy with. So this chainmail mesh, so this was me using an insert mesh. No, this was me using surface noise. But you see how the direction changes on the chainmail? And this is because I was trying to do a large area. It becomes difficult, and then when you try and move it, it stretches. And I really struggled to try and get this to look good. I wasn't happy with this. and then when it printed, didn't work. Barely even picks up any texture. So that one just annoyed me. Took a long time to get right anyway, and then I wasn't happy with the result. Whereas with this one now, I know I can control the way this looks, and I know it works well on the models, but it does look like they're wearing a coat of donuts, because the rings end up actually having to be so large on the model that they're like ring donuts hanging off a thing. And at one point I actually sculpted it, and I'd gone delirious having done so much of it that I ended up going back in with a poly paint and putting pink icing on the top of all of the little donuts, so it actually looked like a coat of donuts. Have I said donuts too much, Kev? I'm making myself hungry now as well. But yeah, that would be how I'd do it. And then you've got the contours of the actual mesh underneath. You've controlled your placement of the rings, and you just have to accept it's going to take a while. Is the only problem. So you know, there's not a better way of doing it in a way that's paintable. So mini painting, like I say, mini painting has been my thing for years. So I've painted models. I've done Golden Demons when I was younger, and I finalised a couple of times, but I kind of backed off and stopped for a while, and I never really kind of caught back up again. But where's my folder? Right, so if I show you some of the models I've painted here, so if you're not familiar with my work, so no, I lick my brushes as well, mate. So that was a bear I did. That's my Kane model from. I did a set that was based on Final Fantasy IV, which is my Kingdom of Telarius army. So that was my version of Kane from Final Fantasy IV. My own kind of reinvention of him, if you like. That was one I did for Cursed Empire. These are just a couple of prints. That is my Wolfgar. If you're a fan of the Legend of Drizzt books, this is my version of Wolfgar, the big barbarian out of the books. There's Bruno. This is the one that's free this month. So this guy's free with all your orders. There's my Drizzle. Or Drizzt, but yeah, Drizzle. Oh god, you don't want to be doing that. Yeah, don't go licking the resin. You'll end up in a spasm on the floor, I reckon. There's Guinevere, Catti-brie, Regis. There's the whole Heroes of the Dale set. There's Ifrit from Final Fantasy. Well, my version of Ifrit from the Final Fantasy series, but a couple of skeletons out of my series. So the skeletons, actually, these ones, they look as close to human skeletons as I could possibly make them, whilst actually still being pretty well printable, and they're quite durable as well. They last quite nicely. I've not had any breaks out of any of mine. I did these probably a year ago now. There's a mage from the Kingdom of Telarius, a couple of the other characters, not yet painted. I think I saw, and there we go. There's my mercenary company set. There's a bit more chainmail at work, but this is more of the, you know, we're saying about the chainmail, the wraparound chainmail, the noise stuff. That's this again. Still not quite happy with the way that looked. Oh, and these ones, I've got to pay a little bit of attention to these, because my 6-year-old son sculpted this, and painted them under my instruction, under my direction. So that was the work of my son. So very proud of him for that one. That was we were sitting in the. He was working in my office with me when we were on lockdown, and we had to do all the homeschooling. So he used my spare tablet to sculpt when he was on his lunch breaks. There we go. These are from the Cursed Empire tabletop roleplay game. And there's these guys again. The Cult of Cain, the Cult of Tiamat. These ones have been quite popular lately, actually. There you go, skeleton straight off the printer. Oh, and there's one of my recent releases from last month. These are the ghouls I did. this guy I've reposed now, so he actually fits on a normal size base. Let's stop reliving the past now. Let's start moving forward and doing these guards. Right, so let's get back to Red Straw Baby. So, where are we at? So I need to give her a less pronounced chin, I believe. Maybe more rounded. Yeah, everything's 32mm, mate. He's from a game called Cursed Empire. If you go to cursedempire.com, they've got loads of stuff, but it's not actually Greek. It's a fantasy setting for an alternative D&D type game. So it's, if you like the grimdark kind of thing, it's very much that kind of fantasy setting. So you have these guys called Darkens, who are basically like psychotic cultists, and they kind of don't care whether they live or die. They just do what they want to do, and they're out there for basically just sowing mass chaos and destruction everywhere. And then you've got like the Imperial Knights and Imperial Legions and stuff, and that's what the Greek-looking guy you saw was. So he's one of the Crimson Guard, or Crimson Knights, I think it was. Yeah. Well, the guy who actually runs the company, his name's Chris. He's Greek Cypriot, so there's a whole lot of this kind of like Greek influence in the kind of the aesthetic of the game. Oh, let me have a little look then. Let's see what we got on. Let's go. Right. A little gander then. Nice. Very nice, mate. Very nice. There's something Kingdom Deathy about that. It like screams Kingdom Death to me. Ah, right. I've not played the game yet. I'm not even vaguely familiar with it, unfortunately, so... Do you know, years ago I was doing commission printing as well. So I had a client who sent me some stuff through, and the actual models he sent me, they were absolutely tiny, but they were just mental. It was all made out of hands. This one was. I think it was called Hecaton. It was completely made of hands, and it was supposed to be kind of like bigger than a house, but then it was scaled to about 15mm scale, but all of the hands were realistic sized hands that made up this model. Mate, I've never struggled to support and print something like that in my life. It was absolutely crazy. What we're saying there, Arafu, you don't like GW Marauders. You want to find something to be a good, lightly armoured for GW soldiers in 32mm that could work as Marauders. Well, ooh, thinking. Depends how many you need, I suppose. Darko, good shout, Pointy. It's got to be a bit classy. Ooh. I don't know. I'm failing on recommendations here. It's the kind of the style you're after, isn't it? The style's going to be a bit of a tricky one there, I think. Yeah, I don't really know what to suggest, unfortunately. I mean, the dark and stuff I've done for Chris, there's no actual troops in there is the only problem. So he has got a lot of stuff, a lot of models, but there's no actual. The more chaotic element doesn't have an actual troop to use. There's a few Imperial Legion knights, but they're more like Greek legionnaires. So yeah, if you need that many, you're gonna struggle a little bit. I don't know, unfortunately, mate. I wouldn't even know where to start, if I'm honest. Parabellum, maybe. Have a look at the Parabellum Conquest stuff. I mean, that might be an option. I'm not sure. Let's get the. Where are we at? Okay, so we need an open mouth smile. So let's just. You know, I'm better off just actually just carving this in, I think. This is a. So yeah, what you'll find again watching me sculpt, you won't find me modelling anything. You'll see me sculpting everything instead. So I don't have like a training or background or anything like that in like any kind of like CG art. So everything I do, I'm just doing in a way that feels natural for me, that like kind of lends itself to my workflow. Just do a little bit of nudging. Let's just get some some smile going in the face here before I turn on a bit of asymmetry. She looks almost childlike here because of the cartoony look, but I need to move the nose up a touch. In fact, let's just let's move the whole bottom of the face up a little bit. Oh, Arthur, actually, do you know, I've just thought there is a possibility for you, actually. I'll just go for lighting control. There's these guys that I made. Now there's only 10 of them in the set. But there's sword and shield guys, and then there's halberdiers, and then there's some archers, and there's also some chocobo mounted cavalry version as well. I don't think I've got on a website yet. Yeah, the mounted ones aren't on a website at the moment. So we've got the archers, and then the halberdiers. There you go, so there's 20 different models if you include the halberdiers, and the other ones then would be the let me just find them. Here we go, light cavalry. So these guys. So the chocobo mounted light cavalry. And then there's the so my King's Guard as well. So we've got these guys who are like the King's Guard Shield Guard. So these are a bit more heavily armoured than the ones I just showed you. There's also the Glaive Guard, who are like glaive equipped. A few more action poses there. And then we've got the Great Swords, who are obviously equipped with great swords. And then they also have the Knights as well. So we've got the King's Guard Cavalry. So here, again, mounted knights with armoured chocobos. But if you wanted any of them, you'll have to message me on them, because I haven't put them on the website yet, because it's a bit of a faff having to try and render them up, because the riders don't match up with the mounts now, and we're using an external renderer, like a render setup we've done in Blender. So it makes it a little bit more difficult to try and get stuff done, if you know what I mean. Where before I could just render it in ZBrush, export to Keyshot. I kind of can't do that now for the new formats. Okay, so let's sort our ears out. Yeah, so they were never designed for that kind of thing, really. So it's you want something that's probably actually chaosy looking, but it's like, 'cause I don't tend to dabble too much with Warhammer stuff. Mostly because I know a couple of the guys from Games Workshop. If I started like knocking off their stuff, I think it might cause a few dramas. You know what I mean? I'm not very firmly on the radar with them. So yeah, it's best to stay away from anything IP type with them. Making stuff for D&D or, you know, games of my own, that's all fine. Commission work for third parties that's you know, unique IPs and stuff is also all good, but speaking of commission work, I need to message Joe quickly. Ping him a message when I have a break. I don't know if he's still here, but is Big Jack still around? Are you lurking, or have you had to dash? Really dandy. Yeah, I know what you mean, actually. Rafi, are you Big Jack as well then? That's what I was just wondering if let's say Big Jack was here earlier, but I don't know if he's still around. It occurs to me that chatting to me before the raid started threw me, and I forgot to ask him about his stream and how he got on with it, but I have to hit him up offline and have a catch up. Oh yeah, no worries, mate, no worries. Yeah, become the body snatcher. Right, now, do I do the glasses or not? Because kind of doesn't feel right without them. Do a bit of division on that, a bit of dynamation. Oops. So what was Big Jack working on then? Was it painting minis or something D&D related, or is it something else? Need to come forwards. Oh, nice. I need to check his stream out afterwards, I think. Should we Turner, love and give him a follow back. Oh shit, what happened then? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Are these the ones using like green stuff world cutters or something, are they? Or like the little stamp hole punch type things, or you're not a fan of basing then? I know what you mean though. It's not my favourite part either, to be honest. I make bases sometimes, but it's not the bit I enjoy doing, if that makes sense. Actually, that's a bit of a lie. I do quite like doing terrain and bases sometimes, but I find it's quite a time-consuming process the way I do it. Again, it's probably me making life hard for myself, more so than anything else, but like using difficult techniques or something like that. But yeah, it's do you know what? Let's just sort this out. There we go. That was easy, wasn't it? So making life super difficult for myself. Oh right, so like maybe like a foil or something then, is it? Or there we go. Maybe like the plastic card stock or something like that. Oh right, so you're thinking like a laminated foil or something, a laminated paper or laminated foil or something then. Okay, so Actually, do you know what? I need to do my eyebrows. That's making it look weird. Not having any eyebrows. And also, that's the other thing. Do you know what? So do we. I struggle for the words all the time. You're not alone. In fact, my mum, for my birthday, amongst the various other odds and ends of random stuff she bought me these weird crisps. They were bloody horrible, I'll hasten to add. But they were called Fingies, and it was a joke present because for years and years and years I was used to, like, you know when you struggle for the word for something, I'd be like, oh, you know, that the thingy, thingamabob, or Uji what's it or something like that. You know what I mean? Just using complete nonsense words to kind of in lieu of the word that I can't remember. So yeah, she found these crisps called Thingies, and they were just vile. Just, I can't even remember what they were now. I want to say they were like hula hoops or something like that, but they were Wotsits. Sorry, they were cheesy Wotsits, but they were like a knockoff version of Wotsits called Thingies. But yeah, they were rank. So you know, I could really do with just hiding all the other heads here at the moment because they're all getting in the way. Yeah, Thingy, Uji, what's it? I can't even think of any of them now. Thingamabob. Yeah, a lot of it is just nonsense, just as a filler, just to give the gist of what you're trying to get across. Right then, how are we doing right here? So I like the hair that is in her. Yeah, you say that. My wife isn't there. If I say thingamabob to my wife, she just looks at me like I'm an idiot, and then she'll give me this look as if to say, "I'm not even responding to you until you use a real word." Right, so let's go for. Whoop. Whoop. Ah, turds. Let's get the symmetry on first, make this a little bit easier. Yeah, what's it called? What? I'm finding I'm doing it less these days. I think as I get older, I'll do it more, but I was used to and ah an awful lot. I kind of don't think I do quite as much of that now. I could be wrong. You guys might sit there going, "No, Dan, you're doing it all the time." But yeah, trying to make conscious efforts to not all the time. I also used to swear an awful lot. I've tried to rein it back a lot since we've had kids. There we go. There's an yeah. Try and rein it back since we've got the kids. And they are like literally. Our kids are good as gold. They don't. Like Jacob turned around to me the other day and he says, we were watching. What was it now? Bear Grylls, I think it was, when he was doing like some survival program. No, it was Ed Stafford. He was watching Ed Stafford doing some like survival races. I talked about it on a previous stream, but it's a series called First Man Out, where he goes off and does like a survival race with another survival expert. And there was, I can't remember who he was racing, but they kept swearing. They'd fall in and they'd fall over, hurt themselves, and then swear. And I say he's only 7. My son's only 7. He's good as gold, super clever. You know, really, you can't. Nothing goes on in our house without him clocking it and knowing what's going on. And he says to me, they go holy, and then it beeps. Hey, it's Snowy, how you doing? It does look a bit like Velma, doesn't it? No, it's Red Straw Baby, mate. If you've been on any of the end of the streams, we might have dropped in on her a couple of times, but she's going to be one of the she's going to be my dwarf alchemist. But yeah, so like they're going holy beep, and then he turns around to me, he goes, Dad, he says, why do they always say holy swears when they fall over? And we're like, what do you mean? He says, I don't know what the word is. He says, but I know the swearing. And we're like, how do you know about all that kind of stuff then? He says, he says, I only know 2 swears. And we're like, how do you even know 2 swears? And he says, one of them is the fingers. So he knows, like, sticking your 2 fingers up as a swearing gesture. I don't know if he knows about the middle finger one or not. I think he's only 2 fingers. He said fingers, so let's assume he knows about, the 2 fingers one. Which I think that's just an English thing, isn't it? Nobody else really kind of classes that as a swear, I don't think, do they? It's the old, what do you call it? The longbow, what do you call it? There you go, there we go. The old longbowman's salute, isn't it, to the French? Yeah, stick two fingers up in a V shape, but like with the back of your hand facing the person you're doing it to. So we see a lot of you get your tourists coming along doing like the victory V's kind of thing as a what you call it now, as like a kind of just a gesture for a photograph or whatever. So you get a lot of that kind of stuff going on. But then if you do it the other way around, where it's in England, it's like sticking your middle finger up at someone. Yeah, holy swears. Why do they say holy swears, Dad? Yeah, I think that's the American version of it. I think that's where the general ones kind of come from. But obviously the origins of the English one goes back to I'm not even sure what era of time it was, but where the French were at war with the British, and in England you used to have to train. I think it's like 14 hours a week. Ah, there you go, Agent Court. You used to have to train for like 14 hours a week under the supervision of the clergy. It was law. The 100 Years' War. There you go. Cheers, Rich. And it was 8 hours. It was 8 hours a week. Sorry, 8 hours a week you had to train for if you were over the age of 14. So every English man was proficient with a longbow. So when the French used to capture the English archers, they used to chop the 2 fingers off, so they couldn't, you know, the string pulling fingers, so that they couldn't actually shoot a bow. So the whole 2-finger salute thing became a kind of a mocking gesture to the French, essentially, to kind of say, we still got our fingers, have this, you know, Frenchies. And it's kind of survived to this day, but I think a lot of people don't really know the origins of it. They just do it. Or I think we're becoming a bit more Americanized as a nation now. There's a lot more American influences and stuff, so you kind of see the victory V's rather than the 2-finger salute, if you like. And so, oh, was it? They invented the crossbow. Oh, are you joking there, or is that genuine? They probably did start adopting it to help the handicapped archers. Now the crossbow is just a point and shoot thing, so it's much easier to shoot and hit a target with a crossbow than it is to hit him with a longbow, I think. No, I like it snow yet. Yeah, a lot of power, short range, and like I say, just point and shoot, isn't it? So Right guys, seeing that pop up in the chat now has just reminded me. Oh, let's say reminded me. It's prompted me to think about having a 5-minute break and getting a fresh brew. So, she's not done yet, not by a long shot. I think I need to widen the face quite a bit because it doesn't feel quite right yet. Do you know what? The bottom jaw needs to come right in. Yeah, I've got an idea. Yeah, strawberries, mate. Do you know what? Let me show you the avatar that I'm working on. It's not quite right yet, but this is Red Straw Baby. So she's got the little strawberry ears, the glasses. So this is the general idea of where we're going for it. So I get a couple of ear piercings in yet. But yeah, the clothing on these guys, we're going to go for a breastplate, iron breastplate. We've got an iron helmet. They're supposed to have a chainmail vest each as well, so that's gonna really kind of piss me off when it comes to it. So I've got to try and do my best on them to try and like stay focused for it. So, but yeah. I read up a bit on them the other day because I've read all the City Watch books, so I've got an idea in my head of what they look like. But there's a few key descriptors in there, so I'm just going to try and do my best to just focus on those ones. So right, I'm going to go and make myself a brew. Come back with a nice cup of tea, maybe a sandwich because it's nearly lunchtime, and I'm going to pop you guys on a BRB for a minute. So let's pop you there, so you can have a little have a little mooch at some of me renders. Go visit the web store, have a little look and see what's going on, and you can also use the discount code, which is oop, that's not it. Cheers, Bunky, you beat me to it. I was too slow. I put a question mark at the beginning of it. So you can use that code. So while I'm on stream today, you'll get 25% off anything you order. There is no threshold on it, I don't believe. So you can just use it for anything at all you fancy. Anything you order resin-wise is printed to order, so you just have to give us a little bit of time on the turnaround on it. But we're usually fairly quick and fairly efficient. So, but guys, I'm going to be back in a minute with a brew. So I shall catch you guys shortly. Back soon. Alright guys, it's back now. Big glove. Here it is. Well, the snow is absolutely hammering down outside. Thank you, Bunker. It's like a whiteout out there, but there's still nothing settling. Red bush, Arafu. Red bush. Or rooibos, or however it's pronounced. We kind of had that as the tea of choice in our house for best part of about 7-8 years now, I suppose. So when Hayley was pregnant and we had to get her off caffeine, the blood pressure was through the roof. Yeah, she ended up with like sky high blood pressure. So we did red bush instead because it's naturally caffeine free. Okay, so where are we at? I'm going to turn the symmetry off. I think your chin's too big. Let's just take your chin down a bit. That was a fail, I used the wrong brush entirely. She definitely looks like she's saying jinkies here, doesn't she? The weirdest thing I've ever sculpted. Oh god. I don't know, you know. I suppose it depends on your definition of weird, doesn't it? Because most of the stuff just comes out of my brain. I don't kind of consider it weird. Could be weird to other people, but I don't know. Anybody got a thought on this one? Anybody else who's watching it? What's the weirdest thing you've seen me make? No, I don't know. I mean, a lot of the stuff I've done, obviously, I'm doing to kind of like make sure it fits in with like Dungeons and Dragons. So I wouldn't have said there was anything there that is really kind of stand out, crazy weird. See, I have the opposite. Hayley just don't get it. Ghouls with nut bulges. You didn't mention anything about that when I was doing it on stream. I just thought you hadn't noticed, Bunker. So what was your conclusion on that then, Arafu? Yeah, I enjoyed making a farting imp actually. There was a nice little bit of entertainment in the sculpt, that one was. Yeah, so there's nothing really weird, is there? I mean, if I'm... The smoothness was breathtaking. You couldn't contain yourself. Well, I never think of ghouls as being particularly hairy, so... Yeah, you know, I've had this conversation with people before actually about the centaurs. It's a bit of a weird one. Because if you look at the anatomy, obviously all of the anatomy, the lower quarters of a horse... yeah, some of the conversations and stuff that happen on the way. Yeah, if you look at a centaur's anatomy, you've got the horse in the bottom... like the hindquarters of a horse kind of thing, and obviously the horse is everything apart from the horse's brain is contained in that body. But then when you throw the centaur's upper body, the human upper body, in there, you've also got, you know, all of the stuff that would be contained in a human. So physiologically, I don't think they really work unless the secondary organs are like backup organs, or it's like too. Unless the human upper body is like a parasite on the horse or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe that's it. Maybe it's a parasite. Maybe it leeches. Maybe it's like a, what do you call it? It's like an embryotic parasite or something like that that, you know, develops when a calf's born. Calf comes out without a head, and instead it's got this parasitic humanoid upper body. Who knows? But also think, like, as a bloke going to the toilet, because a male centaur we're talking about, of course, his wang's going to be like really, really, really far back. There's no way he's going to be able to wipe his own bum or anything like that, because his arms aren't long enough to reach to the back of the horse. So he's not going to be able to aim when he goes for a wee. He's going to perpetually have Klingons. Because again, you got a herbivorous backwater, so you know horse turds are coming out kind of fairly dry, I imagine, most of the time, because they're eating like a fibrous plant-based diet. But then you got an omnivorous upper body, chowing down on meat and whatever else, and you know consuming large volumes of alcohol as well. If you go by actual mythology, the centaurs were raving alkies, weren't they? So, you know, maybe a centaur's like backside is not something you want to get near. There's some food for thought, eh? Just as we get into lunchtime. The one that always makes me laugh is the whole argument about centaurs not being realistic in D&D because they can't get up and down stairs. It's like we're talking about D&D here, you know what I mean? It's like it's not realistic in the first instance, and that's its charm. Cheers, bunk out. Right, I think that's. Do you know what? I think the glasses need to be bigger. Let me just make these a bit. That's it. They're more ovals instead of round. That's much better. Yeah, that's it, Bunker. You know the morning after you've had a skinful, you wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that without having to clean it up with some loo roll, would you? What we were saying about the weird journeys? Oh, I just need to do something here because this is... Oh, mythology's freak. If you look at actual Greek mythology, like, I thought Jacob would be into it, so I thought, you know, let's give this a go. Let's see how he gets on with it. And then we started looking at like the origin story of the Greek gods. Jesus Christ! If you've got young kids, keep them the hell away from that stuff. It is absolutely not appropriate for kids by any stretch of the imagination. Hey, Juju Voodoo, how you doing? Oh, mate, the origin story of the Titans and the gods and stuff like that. With Kronos and everything else. Honestly, if you don't know it already, get in and have a little look. I can't remember all the details and stuff, but there's an awful lot of like eating of babies. There's or eating of children rather. There's a whole sordid sex story in there as well. Oh mate, it's the story's got everything, you know. Makes Game of Thrones look weak. And even when you watch like a child-friendly kind of portrayal of it, they can't clean it up that much. You know what I mean? Kind of is what it is. You got to teach it to kids. You've got to teach it to kids. But yeah, I found a program about it on, I think it's on the Disney Channel or something like that, on the the Discovery part of not Discovery, what do you call it now? National Geographic, sorry. I think it was on there, on that section, and it was all about the Greek mythology. So yeah, we showed him that, and man, did I have some questions to answer after that. Juju, you're not wrong, mate. Oh, the reason I'm doing this, by the way, for Red Straw Baby and not anybody else, is because I'm dealing with an animated avatar, and something that's very much two-dimensional is quite difficult to kind of gauge if I'm right or not. So I'm trying to put the eyes in there as like a marker so I can use them as a reference to see if it looks right. Because obviously until it's painted, it's not going to quite have that same like visual impact that a kind of a 2D art piece has. Right, is it just me or does that look absolutely terrifying? Send her a message and see if she approves. I don't know about spotting a hamster, but do you know about the origin of the name for the Pet Shop Boys? Oh, I can't really tell you online. It's a little bit less than family friendly. But Google it. That involves hamsters. Yeah, if Zeus did that with a hamster, that might have been where Pikachu came from. Well, let's bring her glasses and Okay, we better put that all on ahead as well, haven't we? Okay, so we've got Rich, Ross, me, Josh, Kev, Rosie, Elston, Bunker, the attack bunny, and then let's do Hugh. Let me pull some photos up of Hugh. So in Hugh's own words, he says he's Fred colon shaped. Just save some images down. Wonder how many other people are Googling this at the moment. Okay, right, so I've now closed all the pictures that I was just looking for, all my reference images, so do you know what, you need to do a little Slaneshi unit of that now. All your chaos spawn need to be like hamsters, abused hamsters, that's what they need to be. Or at least you're like, you know, you're they don't have many more the Slaneshi like hounds, do they? They have the snake things with the long tongues. Yeah, that's it. The fiends. Your fiends of Slanesh need to be these hamsters now. I think I found it. Ah, well, I haven't got my glasses on. My eyes are straining. Hugh. Where did I put your photos? Really? Am I that stupid? God, such a wally. So I've saved the photos into a folder that I haven't got synced to my computer, which is just bloody marvellous, isn't it? Right, now they're in the right place. Right, so Hugh, I don't think any of you are going to know Hugh. So he's a customer of mine who massive fan of the Discworld things, the Discworld minis, the Discworld books, and particularly enjoyed my original City Watch set. So I hooked him up with a couple of the models, and he was very appreciative. Sent me some photos through to show me how he'd got on with the painting and whatever. And after a bit of a discussion, I said to him, "How would you like to be one of the City Watch?" So we're gonna make him into our Fred Colon for this batch. Well, there's Hugh. In some of his medieval reenactment gear. So let's try and do the man some justice. Sorry, Rafa, I've only just seen your last comment. Do you think there'll be many hamsters inclined to worship Slanesh, though? But what do you tempt a hamster with, though? That's the thing. Special nuts. I bet they have. Nibble on these, hamster. And we're back to where the conversation started. Oh, not nuts. Ow. how often do I stream? I try for a Monday, Tuesday and a Wednesday, but sometimes it doesn't always work out, and sometimes I've got things like client work that I'm not allowed to stream. So if I've got to get it done, I've just got to get it done, and which means that I'm going to miss one. Thursdays and Fridays I'll stream as often as I can, but it tends to be a little bit more intermittent, largely because my daughter Willow, she does half day at nursery on a Thursday and a Friday, so she's home at like lunchtime, and she loves nothing more than coming down to Daddy's office. I can't really do a stream while she's I don't know if you've got a child or not, but you've got a little 4-year-old who is 4-year-old generally, I think. The minute the parents start doing anything that doesn't involve them, like they're trying to like turn all the attention to themselves, you know, like little attention hogs. So I used to have 3 cats with my ex, and they were house cats, and I actually developed a cat allergy. So I'm now allergic to cats after having 3 of them in the house with me for 2 years. But yeah, as I said, little ones love your attention, and they do not like it when you are talking to somebody else. So I'd have her sitting in the corner over there watching YouTube or something like that in my office, and you'd just hear in the background, "Daddy, can you stop talking? I can't hear YouTube." See, I never even used to have hay fever or anything, and then all of a sudden, the one year, I just suddenly developed this cat allergy and got hay fever at the same time. But you know what I read the other day, actually, that I find, I don't know how much I believe it or not, but apparently people who love cats only love cats because there's a parasite in your brain. Wow, you're like full on Ali G, aren't you? Do you get it? Ali G, allergy. Haha. I'm a dumbass sometimes. Yep, proper. Good and strong. So yeah, this it's basically there's a parasite called Toxoplasma gondii, and basically this parasite lives inside cats, and basically comes out in their turd, and then other creatures eat it, or they get contaminated with it in one way or another. So when your cat's up walking on your worktops and whatever else, what they're actually doing is they're making you love them. And what happens is this parasite gets into your brain, so you consume it, it gets into your brain, and it actually makes you drawn to cats. It affects your kind of your mental function to make you like cats or love cats. So you know when like cats are like clawing at your face and you know, generally being horrible to you and whatever else, but you still love them anyway. This is the parasite at work. And it's basically designed like it wants to get back. The parasite wants to get back into a cat, so it affects things like rats. It affects things like squirrels and whatever else, and birds. they end up kind of infected with it, and they're drawn to cats, and then the cats have an easy time kind of catching and killing and eating the prey. And then those prey animals then reinfect a new cat with this Toxoplasma gondii parasite, and then it's happy and back in the cat, and then that breeds inside the cat, gets crapped out, and the cycle starts again. But I reckon something like one in three humans is affected by it. So if you know anybody who's like a mad cat lady or anything else, actually, you could find it if they end up having a a good course of anti-parasitic drugs, they may end up what's the word? Kind of not wanting to keep a cat in the house anymore. So just for anybody who's doubting what I'm saying there, put a little line there. The little is that right? Yeah. There you go. So if you're interested and you want to have a little read up and get the science behind the furry parasites. Yeah, I only found out about this the other day actually. Let's get that back down here. Yeah, it's a bizarre concept. I think most cat lovers wouldn't even begin to entertain the idea that the only reason they like cats was because of a parasite. I mean, of course, it's not the only reason people would like a cat, but yeah, you know it's the kind of thing that's going to come back and bite you in the arse, don't you? There you go, every day's a school day. What, the only reason you won't empty the cat litter is because you don't want to get infected by a parasite that'll make you like the cats more. No man, they're just manipulative creatures that are just trying to turn humans into submissive slaves. It's going to be spreading cat turds on your toast in the mornings for breakfast. This tea tastes funny. What's in it? Cat shit. Yeah, that's why cat litter trays in your house is a bad idea. Because the cat's going to go and do its business in the litter tray and then walk all over your kitchen worktops where you're going to go and make food and sandwiches and stuff. And then when you put that piece of bread down to spread the butter on it, all those little Toxoplasma gondii parasites are going to like piggyback onto your bread. And that's it, you're a cat slave for life then. They know what they're doing. Right, I think for my own sanity I'm going to have to do some shortcut with this the whole costume, I think, with the chainmail bit. Because otherwise I'm going to end up going mad making donut mail again. So I'm going to have to find some ways of cutting corners and making a few economies and whatever. Oh. Sorry guys, give me a sec, my shoulder's just seized. Ow. I've got some more picks coming in from that harness, so I can start on air picking this thing. Sculpt rather. Let's try this. I don't know if this is going to work well or not, but so in the actual photos, it's quite wispy and sticking up in the air. But obviously, if I try and do that, it's going to be too thin to actually print. So I think if we just go for a little bit of that and just blend it in. There we go, there's Hugh. Let's save it, because I don't think I've actually saved it in a while now. Right, so who's missing now? So that's not going to be Josh from the pickle jar. That one is going to be AJ Winters. Let's get AJ done now. If I've got the pictures. Or actually, let's do Nerd Harder first, I think, because she's just sent stuff through. Hoorah! Okay, so let's get in and totally nerf this face out. It's a useful starting point because it's obviously got a lot of the features in, and it's kind of head shaped anyway. But I mean, this is a head I made. The base one I made it 3-4 years ago. 5 years ago. God, it was about 2018. I did that head actually, possibly earlier. But yeah, it's something that's been something I've improved on a lot, and I wouldn't necessarily use a head with those proportions and stuff if I was making anything now. So that's a Nerd Harley, who this one is going to be. Was telling me on the on our Discord little chat, which does what was it now? Comedy stage fighting, I think it was. Renaissance Festival comedy stage combatant, which just sounds cool to me. That does. Ringing me. Hey Nathan, how you doing? Oh no! How come it's been cancelled? I was trying to get some oh, that's a shame. Alas, I love it. Try and get some rough shape to your face first, and then we'll start doing some detail refining once I've got a little bit more of the rough forming. Do you have any videos of your stage combat, by the way? Do you have anything on like your Instagram channels or anything? Let me get back to the front image. There we go. Some polish going on. jawline is completely wrong, but let's fix that now. Eye shape, let's adjust that then. Let the autosave go through. Guys, I'm going to put you on a BRB for a minute. I just want to take a quick loo break and grab some water. Okay, back in a minute. And I'm back with coffee as well. I didn't just go and get water. It's too cold for that. Do you know, it snowed all day here, and it's still snowing, and not a single flake has actually settled. It looks like it's been raining all day if you look outside now. On the plus side, the office is now warmed up to 22 degrees, which is a massive improvement off this morning's 16. Thank you, Arafu. And also thank you to Space Hobo for the follow as well. Cheers, Rich. Right, let's try and make Nerdhala look like Nerdhala. So with the addition of some hair. I'm lagging today. And I've now got to go and get the kids as well, so I'm picking the nippers up from school. At 3 o'clock, so I've got to be there for, well, leave here at 1:45. Let's turn off all the other heads. Perfect. Now you can do this by doing a mesh extract, but more often than not I don't bother. So when you do a mesh extract you always end up with all the hollowing inside and stuff, and it's just it's more to have to clean up. I think faces look weird as well until you add the eyebrows. Oh, cheers, Rafu. it's quite second nature to me now after doing it so long. It's like, I mean, what you got to remember is I've done it for years anyway. So I've been sculpting since 2010, like like digitally sculpting with ZBrush, practicing and getting my head around it and all that kind of stuff. But I've literally been doing this as my day job for like 3 years now. So it's you know, it is something that is just it's just what I do now. You know what I mean? That's easy as that, really. Just lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of practice every single day. But it's also like the way you look at things. Like for me now, most things and people and whatever else I will look at and think, how would, you know, I end up looking at like the shapes of things. Right, nostrils I just need to sort out a bit because they're a little bit too low at the back and a bit too low at the back and at the top. He started Warhammer in 2000, age 9. Yeah, the pandemic, I think, was when a lot of people picked up into the hobby, because it was one of those. Everybody was kind of going on about how industry was going to be affected, and all these businesses were having to close and pause and everything else. And it was going to be always going to be one of those weird kind of things for me. Like, I'd only just when the pandemic hit, I only literally had just started in January of that year doing it full time. So previous to that, I was doing health and safety and facility management, and it was a big change to go full time and everything. And everything was going really well for me, and then obviously the pandemic hit and everything went a little bit less well. But it was always one of those kind of things of, like, you know, it's a luxury. It's, you know, if people aren't working and they're, you know, stuck at home and they can't get out of the house and stuff like that, is this going to be something people are going to want to keep up? And I suppose luckily, because everybody was in the same boat, and nobody could do any of their, like, hobby type activities, whatever your hobby was at the time, couldn't do it. So loads of people ended up picking up miniatures, 3D printing, and all that kind of stuff, because you could buy a 3D printer at home, and obviously print your own stuff. So it was a hobby that you could just do from anywhere, and it didn't rely on shops being open or being able to go out and socialise or anything else. There's none of that aspect in there, so it's something that a lot of people picked up. And I think a lot of people who had dabbled in the hobby kind of came back at the same time, like yourself. So it ended up being a busier time, but unfortunately it was also a period where kind of the whole world kind of jumped on the bandwagon with the sculpting. So anybody who got any kind of ability to do it or any kind of inclination towards it, they all started, like, releasing Patreons, and you're there kind of you know, shouting about your sculpts and stuff like that. But instead of, like, when I first started, there was only 40 people offering sculpts of miniatures and stuff for 3D printing. And by the time we got to the April of 2020, we'd gone from 40 to like 180 or something like that, or 300. I think it was 180 by April, and then by the following month it was like 350. So the numbers had just gone up massively, and the amount of competition was huge. And the problem was you're all shouting to be heard in the same places, so you're all in the same Facebook groups and whatever, all making the same noise, and it's harder to be heard then when everybody's, like, doing the same thing. So irrespective of the quality and, you know, the varying degrees of quality I've seen, it was quite difficult to kind of maintain during that period. It still is now, to be fair, you know what I mean, it hasn't recovered. I would suggest anybody who's thinking about getting into STLs probably wants to reconsider it, because frankly the arse has fallen out of the market. The money's not there now. Well, it is, but companies like Titan Forge and what do you call it, Loot Studios and stuff, they've got a huge market share, so they're becoming like the games workshops of things, and these are guys who've got teams of sculptors releasing stuff every month. But arguably, I would say in a lot of cases they're not making miniatures, but they're selling it like they're making miniatures, but they're not. They're making models. Aventura Times, welcome to the chat. How are you doing? Yeah, a brief catch up. Let me just turn all my tools on and I'll show you what I'm working on. So a couple of years back, about 3 or 4 years ago, I made a City Watch set, and the City Watch was based on the Discworld City Watch. So basically, it's been a long time since I did them, and they're even now still quite popular. And I thought it was time to give them a little bit of a revisit. So I make miniatures for a living. This is my job. This is what I do. So all of the people you see here are either customers of mine, they're fellow streamers, and are you arsehole? You can always count on ZBrush for a random crash. When did I last save that? Please tell me I saved Nerd Harder. I didn't even do anything then. ZBrush is just being an arse. So yeah, so I did all of the characters and everything like that previously, and they were based on the Discworld. I'm not holding my breath, mate. I think I can see what's there. Oh, I've definitely lost the hair. The hair as a very minimum has gone, so we have to do all that again. The head's here. I've got the head. It's not the absolute end of the world. Hey, Nerd Harder, I'd just finished your model pretty much. Well, I had just finished. And now you're back to being bald again because the ZBrush decided to crash. And literally, I hadn't even done anything on it. It was, it just went bang straight out. So, dude, you're not responsible for it. Don't even worry about it. It's just ZBrush being a dick. It just does it sometimes. I'm going to do it a different way anyway for this time, I think. Now I'm just going to go and we'll sculpt the hair straight in. But yeah, so I make miniatures. I've been doing it professionally now for 3 years full time. I set up my business back in 2016, 2015. No. So I say this set originally got released just after I'd started doing like STL releases. They were one of the very early sets I made, but they've been very popular, and I wanted to come do a revisit on them and update them. So if you know the Discworld City Watch, there's various different characters and personalities in there. So we've got Carrot, the kind of tall dwarf. He's obviously human. He's adopted by dwarfs, but he considers himself a dwarf. Who's also the king-ish. We've got Fred Colon, Sergeant Colon. We've got Nobby. We've got Angua, the werewolf. There's vampires, zombies. There's everything in there. So we've got all these different races coming together to be the City Watch in a kind of a ramshackle kind of crazy way. So I didn't want to do these as like city guards. These are like your actual policemen. So you know, your bobbies who are going around kind of, what's the word now, you know, doing the beat, nicking people, checking in on like shops and owners and things like that. So, you know, for D&D use, they'll be, you know, quite good. Do you know, I actually think I prefer it done this way to what I did before. Looks a little bit more. Let me just turn the symmetry off so I can do a little bit asymmetrical. So everybody who is on this stream, on this thing at the moment with a likeness, is either a streamer. They're a streamer. They're one of my customers, patrons, or whatever else. They've got some kind of like reason to be here, basically. So in a second, once I've saved this and made sure I don't lose the hair again. Oh, eyebrows are missing as well. Let's just sort your eyebrows out now, Dana. There we go. Okay. Oops, a bit big. Hey, it's cool, man. It's cool. Everybody's welcome. But yeah, so like I say, it's I didn't want to just do them as just normal generic characters this time. So we've got all these people here. So let me just come around and I'll show you who they are. So starting at the top here, we've got Josh from the Pickle Jar. He's another streamer, YouTuber, etc. Then we've got Ross from Faux Hammer. So Ross does he does a blog, YouTube reviews on 3D printers and all that kind of stuff. Then we've got Rich Smith, who is one of the subscribers, patrons, regular viewers. Except I'm really struggling with his picture. He sent me so many reference photos, and he looks different in so many of them. And I think I've got him looking a bit too much like Alan Rickman, so I need to go back and revisit that at some point. Then we've got Hugh Foster, who is a customer who just loves the models and wanted to be included in the group. Then we've got Nerd Harler here, who is another miniature painter streamer. We've got myself, this is me. Here we've got Kev from Hobby Corner, who, when I first sculpted him, he looked like a manic version of Will Ferrell out of a Fallout vault, if you can imagine that. But we've managed to tweak him and get him looking a bit more like Kev now. Right down here we've got White Rose Dragon, who's another miniature painter streamer. I say miniature painter, I believe he started off as a Minecraft streamer, so he could be a bit of both still. Ty Pennington, that was who else he looked like, yeah. Here we've got Elstonation, Paul Elston from Elstonation, as an elf, or half elf. And then here we've got our very own Ian Mayhew, aka Da Bunker, or Bunker Gaming. Ian slash Bunker is going to be a gnome with an attack rabbit, which is why we've got kind of a crazy looking rabbit here. Middle row to the right. This one here, Kev. That one. Yeah, this one looks a bit like me. So, and then the one here that's coloured is called Red Straw Baby, another Twitch streamer. So she does lots of drawings, very kind of like cartoony style, and this one is actually not based on her physical appearance. This is based on her actual avatar, hence the strawberry ears. And she's going to be replacing Cherry from the group, who is like she's a dwarf forensic alchemist, so a forensic detective. So I think she suits the suits it quite well, and obviously it's still got the fruity link back. So the plan is to give everybody a bit of a personality. So rather than just being generic coppers, they're all personalities in there. Yep, they've all consented. They've all agreed to be in here. So I've got a couple more who I've got to do. So we've got AJ Winters. So now that Nerd Harler is done, assuming you're happy with it, Nerd. Just need to do your ponytail. Have you got anything you'd like me to tweak or adjust or anything like that? Or are you happy with it as it is? Or always happy to make adjustments. Awesome sauce. I'm going to save the heads separately as well, so you can have them for your own use. So if you want to do, you know, any conversions and stuff, and then you can use that head on the model, then it's there for you to do that with. Also, you could do what Ross did and print 256 copies of your own head to use as the Narcissus Legion for 40k Space Marines. So he's I don't know how far he's got with that project yet, but he also printed a life-size version of his own head to hold his glasses, which you got to respect a bit, yeah. I mean. And what I'd also say, guys, if you haven't already, if you want to be sharing any of this stuff online, if you want to make yourself a few quid as well, we do have an affiliate program on the website. So if you go to thelionstower.com, in the top right hand corner of the main menu, you'll see an option that says become an affiliate. And essentially what you will find is you can sign up, and then anytime you post a link back to my website, anybody that buys anything using your link, a bit like the Amazon affiliates, anybody that buys anything using your link will generate you 10% return on whatever they buy. So you'll have an account there with a little cash kitty that you can. I don't know if you have to draw it down or if it's just like a monthly payout, but obviously the more sales you help me generate, the more you'll benefit. And I'm in the process of just setting up some additional tiers. So if you start generating lots of revenue, what we'll do is we'll boost you up and we'll put you on a higher return. So instead of like 10%, you'll like earn 15% or 20% or whatever. So, right, Nerd Heart, I'm going to leave you there if that's alright. Looking lovely. And let's get on to once the saves come through. I'm going to do a quick clean. In fact, no, I won't. Yes, I will. I'm going to do a quick clean up on the files because I suspect the reason this has crashed before, without me doing anything, is because I've got so much crap in the file. So let me see what I can get rid of. Right, I don't need the Loki files in this one. He's in another project altogether. I can delete that now, and that one can go. Because all of this stuff is just adding weight to my file without actually being necessary. The buckler is going because I don't want that. I'm not going to use it anymore for this one. delete. I can delete the Ross head now because we've used it already. Let's unhide so I can see what we're at. Right, so these are the original guys. Arafu, mate. I know that all the time, and I still forget to do it. So these are the original ones. Like I say, they're far below my current standard of what I would be putting out. So hence the need to do a rework. I'll say because they're still popular. I'd rather people were buying, you know, current sculpts, current quality. So we've got things like the breastplate, pouches and stuff like that. I'm gonna reuse like the helmet and the breastplate and stuff. So things like that will stay. I may keep the boots as they are. I might change them. I'm not sure yet. The trousers. What we're going to do is we're going to switch the trousers out. So they're supposed to be like knee-length breeches. Or breeches. You know, the kind of trousers that just come just past the knee. So if they're not wearing boots, then the lower leg's going to be exposed. So they're supposed to also wear a chainmail vest, a chainmail kind of shirt, which pains me. But basically, this shirt here that you can see is basically going to get chainmailed up. That's going to be on a case-by-case basis, and that is going to break me. So just be warned. I didn't use any of these on them in the end. I didn't use like the hood things I've made. So I don't know if I'm going to use them on the new ones or not. They're also supposed to have like a cape, like a cloak. So I will obviously have to do a little bit of that. So we've got Commander Grimes here, who is like one of the original kind of characters I made. So he's got his crossbow over his shoulder. He's got his little pet swamp dragon, which is like out of the books if you're familiar with them. And we've got, what's going on here? I've duplicated the sword somewhere along the line. So yeah, so he's got his cigar, he's got his little whiskey bottle in his bag, swamp dragon on his back. So he's doing quite well. Printer would I recommend? Right, so if you're looking at £200, you could pick up something like the Elegoo Mars, or in fact, as you've asked in pounds, I'm going to guess you're UK based, in which case I'm going to show you 3D Jake. 3D Jake is like my go-to for any 3D printing stuff I need. So if I'm looking at 3D printers right now, so for me the next printer I'm buying is there you go. Where we at? Anycubic that one. M3 Premium. So this is my go-to one now. These are the ones I'm looking to pick up. So they've got 8K resolution, which 8K resolution is just a blag. Ignore that all the time. What you want to look at is the pixel resolution of the printer. The pixel resolution, you want it to be 35 pixels or smaller. So 35, 32, 31. 25, anywhere around there. So anything below 35 pixels is basically as good as you're going to get. 35 pixels, 37 pixels is absolutely on the money for any miniatures. Anything else is basically just showing off, and it's going to kind of boost up your actual spend. But when you look at 8K, 8K is relative to the build plate. So if you look at a 5.5 inch, 6 inch build plate that's a 4K screen, it's going to have approximately the same kind of resolution as an 8K resolution printer that's got a 10 inch build plate. So don't necessarily use 8K or 4K or any of that kind of stuff as your kind of like benchmark. I wouldn't recommend going for a 10-inch off the bat. You want to go for like a 5.5, 6-inch printer, because the bigger you get, the more expensive your failures are going to become, essentially. So you can get like damage to the screen when you have to replace the screen. If you go for a cheap printer, it can be like you know, anywhere between £25 for a screen and £100 for a screen. But if you then go for a 10-inch printer, you could be talking £300 or £400 for the screen. And it's very, very easy to damage a screen inadvertently if you're not familiar with resin printers. So I would say buy cheap and make your mistakes on a cheap one. And then when you get your what do we call it? You get your printer legs, if you like. You get your a bit more experience under your belt. Then you can kind of go and say, right, now I've learned my mistakes. I'm gonna go and like jump on the learning curve for the larger printer now. So your best printer for the cheapest price. Let's do price low to high. So right, so the Creality Halo 1, £124. I'm not sure about. I don't know anything about these printers. I don't know if they're good or not. But the build plate looks like it's going to put me off. It looks very. Oh, actually, could be. No, tell a lie. The build plate looks fine. Doesn't give me any information here about the actual spec of the printer, annoyingly. So, oh no, it does. Sorry. So it is a 5.9 pixel, 5.9 inch printer, and that still doesn't tell me. But that's not a 4K resolution, so you're probably looking around about 50 to 60 pixels on that one. So it'll do the job, but it's probably not the best. That one there, the Photon Mono 4K, as Bunker has said, just over 200 quid at the moment, down from 287. That is going to be a good solid printer that you should absolutely definitely look at. If you want something that's got a little bit more build space, you could look at the M3. It's a little bit bigger, but honestly the Mono 4K as a printer is going to do you very, very well. Mars Pro I would avoid, just because they've got a really duff build plate design, which I just really don't like. Sonic Mini 4K is my usual recommendation. It's 190 quid, bargain. There you go. You can save yourself an extra tenner if you get it from Amazon, and you'll have it delivered like tomorrow. Now resin wise, I would say Elegoo 4K, Elegoo 4K, Frozen Aqua 4K resin it's the one I use. It's the best one I've tried that's at a reasonable price. I've seen a lot of good stuff about the new Sunlu resin. I'm tempted to give it a go. So Sunlu could be a nice cheap alternative. You should be able to get your hands on fairly easily, again from Amazon. They seem to have hit the market hard recently. They used to do just filament, I think, but they've hit the market hard with their resins, and they're coming in really cheap. But yeah, it's a real cheap one. But I saw a video from Geek Gaming earlier, and he tested it, and I think he paid something like 15 quid a litre or something like that for it. It's like proper cheap. And it looks a little bit softer than I perhaps like, so I don't think I would use it for anything I was selling. But you know, I may grab for 15 quid. I might just grab a bottle of it and see how it goes. Worst case scenario, I'll use it for my bases or something like that. But yeah, it's got to be worth a look. And then the only other thing I'd say is don't bother with the wash and cure stations. They take up a lot of space for what they are. I've just got like a UV nail lamp that, you know, like the kind of thing you would put gel nails on if you're doing like acrylic nails or whatever. You put the gel on and then you stick your hand under the UV nail lamp thing, cure all the gel up. I just use one of them, and I have done for how long now? 6-7 years. It's been perfect, fine. In terms of washing the stuff, I just use 3 clip lock containers. So I have one that's got filthy dirty isopropyl in it. I've got another one that is got slightly dirty but not quite so dirty isopropyl. And then I've got a final one which is just sparkly clean, and I'll just do like a series of rinses. So I'll rinse it in the filthy stuff, wash the filthy stuff off with the less filthy stuff, and then after that I'll pluck the models off the supports, chuck them into the clean stuff, give them a soak for 5-10 minutes, and then tip them out. Hey, yeah, Rosie, how you doing, mate? Yeah, just tip it out and pop it onto a sheet of kitchen towel, or just hand towel type things. Let it air dry, and then sling it in the curer. It takes up a lot less space. I can pack it away into a cupboard fairly easily. And I haven't got all the faffing around that you would have if you're using the actual wash and cure stations. So that would be my recommendation. Oh, and baking trays. Get some baking trays that are big enough to put all your gear on, because the spillages they'll mess up all your tables and desks and stuff. So get some nice big cheap baking trays. Keep all your printers and all your isopropyls and resins and stuff on baking trays, and then any spillages are just easy to sort out. And if the worst case comes and you mangle up a baking tray and it becomes, uncleanable or whatever. Yeah, he did this the other day, didn't we? We were talking about him, and then suddenly he appeared on the screen. So yeah, so there's a lot of choice out there, but absolutely for certain the Anycubic 4K mono, Photon Mono 4K even, let's give it a proper name, is a good quality printer, a good solid build. Yeah, I think it's bunker, mate. I think he's missed you. So he was just doing his little naked dance around his candlelit pentagram. So yeah, so that one. I say if you can stretch to the Sonic Mini 4K, I would recommend it. But I don't think you'll go wrong with that either, especially not while it's on the cheap. The 190 one was the Photon Mono 4K, but on Amazon. So there you go. £189. Oh, that's the. Oh yeah, that's fine. So it's that one, yeah. £189. And the stuff you get in the kit here as well are pretty essential, so it's worth topping them up. So you get the replacement FEP, which obviously you'll need for your. Oh, is that a screen protector? Actually, I think that's a screen protector. And then we've got obviously the rubber gloves. You want them in abundance because you don't want to even touch the resin until you've got your gloves on. You've got the scraper and the spatulas. So the metal scraper is for getting your prints off the build plate. The plastic one is in theory for scraping around the vat, but I don't even use that. I use the I actually use a business card just to stir the resin up. And then these things at the bottom here, they're paint filters. So anytime you have a failure on the printer, what you need to do is you need to strain the resin off, pour it back into the bottle, but you don't pour it straight back in. You need to pour it through one of these filters. So you want a little plastic funnel, one of these in the funnel, pour it in, just let it just drain down of its own accord, and that'll make sure that any failed, partially cured bits of crap that are in the in your vat, they get filtered out and captured, because those things are basically when this build plate descends and comes down, when the build plate here, when that comes down and hits the bottom, what you'll end up having is the any little bits of cured resin inside the Don't say things like that, Rosie. People will take you seriously. Did you ever see that video Greg Caracos did on the thing where he sat down, he got some plant-based resin. Yeah, you can do. You probably could use coffee filters. To be fair, I know people use coffee filters to filter out the isopropyl. I'm not sure if the resin would flow through properly, so you might actually not get there very well. But to be fair, these paint filters are cheap as chips. 190 micron paint filters, jobs are good. But yeah, Greg did a video where he sat down with a cup of pink milkshake, and he was drinking the milkshake, pretending he was drinking this plant-based resin. And I was sitting there watching it going, don't even joke about it, man. Somebody's going to watch half the video, not get to the end and realise it was a joke and try and drink the bloody stuff, and you're liable for it then. So, yeah, don't drink resin. Don't lick your fingers, don't touch it without the thing, don't rub your eyes with it or anything. So, Adventure Times, thank you for the follow. Do you know what, with your follow actually, I believe, let me just double check this, but I think I'm up to 198 followers now. I'm literally on the verge of the 200 mark, so... Oh, no, sorry, we've passed it, 202. God, I better do a giveaway, hadn't I, at 200, as we've hit 202 followers now. What to do? Do you know what, on my next stream, I'll sort out a proper giveaway. I'll make an announcement, we'll sort this one out. So, that's... I was only on 160 the other day when I checked, so that's pretty decent, that is. I'm quite pleased about that. I'm also noting the time I'm going to have to knock it on the head in a minute and go and pick the kids up. So, Nerd Gamer Man, thank you for the follow as well. Pushing me up through the hundreds now. So yeah, resin is bad. Yeah, you've got to be safe with your resin. It's one of these things as well. If you touch it once, it's not going to do you any harm. But if you're repeatedly touching it and you're getting on your fingers, you can develop a kind of a sensitivity to it, and you end up with something called occupational dermatitis. Well, it's occupational dermatitis if you do it for a living, but basically it just means that your skin gets dried out and you'll end up with kind of like rashes and cracked fingers and sores and things like that, and you don't want that. You know, it's not nice. So yeah, don't touch resin without gloves. You shouldn't even touch uncured models without gloves. So once they're cleaned up and everything else, get them into the curer as fast as possible, and then you're okay to kind of like, you know, to deglove and, you know, sort out handling them. Right, where am I at? So yeah, so this is what they're looking like at the moment. What I'm going to do is I'm going to lose the chainmail that's there. I'm going to add some of my new donut mail in. I'm going to change the trousers. I'm going to give them some new boots. I'm totally losing that belt buckle because I hate it. It was my original belt buckle I use for everything. Quick and dirty, and doesn't really do the job or look right. What's that? New lad's got some dermatitis, has he? Yeah, you can get it just by not being careful with things, really. And just you know, make sure you're gloving up properly when you're doing anything. Right, so I need to do right, so Straw Baby has absolutely come back with a big ecstatic smiley, so she's very happy with the sculpt, so I don't need to change her, she's perfect. Winter's Tale's next. Oh no, she hasn't sent me the photos yet. She's just committed to sending me photos, so when AJ sends the photos over, I can get the what, like a bit of a dry spot, you mean, or you talking about his arse crack extends massively? guys, I am going to check on my... I will be back tomorrow doing this as well, by the way. I don't always do a Thursday, but tomorrow I'm going to come back on. We're going to get the body done. We'll start getting these guys posed up, putting some heads onto the bodies and stuff, hopefully. So I might leave the actual chainmail element until very late in the sculpt. It's definitely going to happen after posing, so we'll see how it goes. But let me just see who is online for a drop. Do you know what? Red Straw Baby is here. Let's go and visit her, because I know Mike will be dropping off in a little bit anyway. But oh, you missed a bit earlier about the cats as well, didn't you? Right, let's do... no, it's not exclamation mark, it's forward slash, isn't it? Forward slash raid Red Straw Baby. Let's go in there, see what she's up to, what she's working on. She knows what we're working on, because... oh, Rosie, before I raid out, let me go and check them. Oh, don't know where you sent them, mate. I haven't got any photos from you. If you can resend them through, mate, that'd be massively helpful. Were they on? No, not on Facebook. Yeah, I don't know where they've come in, mate. If you can ping them to me again on the on Discord or something like that. The last photos I've got from you on Discord, mate, are just of the dog. So, no, cats aren't parasites. Cats have parasites in them, called Toxoplasmosis gondii, and they basically they come out of the cat's body. So they live in the cat. They lay eggs in the cat. The cat craps them out, so they live in the cat's poo. That then gets into other animals like rats and mice and squirrels and birds and things. They then, and humans, by the way, they then love cats and come out for the cats, and essentially the cats then, the animals go out befriending the cats, who are totally not their friends. They're going to kind of like eat them in a heartbeat, and it makes it easier for the parasites to get back into another cat. So that's how the parasite perpetuates. But the reason people love cats is because a third of the human population has this parasite in their brain. It's like a mind-controlling parasite that kind of mentally conditions you to like cats. So there was a link I put in the chat earlier on about it. So if you can go back through and find it and check it, or just Google Toxoplasmosis gondii. That's Gondii with Gondii. You'll see all about it, but it's a real thing. Right, guys, we're going to raid out to Red Straw Baby. Thank you for joining me today. Hopefully back again tomorrow. So hopefully you will be back again tomorrow. I will definitely be back again tomorrow, because I've got more of this stuff to do. I need to get this set done. So Rosie, I will let you know when they come through, and let you know if they're all right, and I'll get the sculpt done tomorrow. So let's go and raid Red Straw Baby, and then I'm going to go pick the kids up. Just as I do, I get more photos through. Right, matey, I think those photos will be cracking, actually. Yeah, I think I can work with them, mate. That's brilliant, thanks. So yeah. Right then, people, thank you again for joining me, and join me again tomorrow if you're about, and we'll start making some bodies for these coppers. and start posing everybody up and getting everybody sorted. Okay? Right, the peeps, thanks again, and I will catch you. I'm going to raid out now. Be sure to give Red Straw Baby a follow and show her some love. And I'll catch you tomorrow. So thank you all again, and later, taters. See you later.